Hello guys. Gonna do a cam stream. It's been a while. I got a bit delayed today. I wanted to do this earlier. Shit. I just woke up really late. That's kind of the only thing. I did a classic of waking up nice and early, and then I just fell asleep again. So it is what it is. And I've just been busy the last few days. It's probably also why I was so tired. I'm usually not a busy person, but a lot of stuff's been happening the last few days. Like just meeting family and stuff. Came a bit out of nowhere. I'm too slow. Oh my god, I ran out of fucking speed. Or I ran out of my powers. Looks like I'm safe though. Oh, did the queue fuck? God damn it. I can see it in the back, but I can't see if it's finished or not. Considering I'm still here, I assume it's glitched out. Or someone's missing. Yeah. Speed circles. I actually just need them now. I gotta just sacrifice myself for them. Shit, I fucking missed that one. Not fucking making it easy in this one. There's not enough speed circles on this one. I might be cooked. Get me in there. I'm somehow still alive, but... Speed circles. I made it. Alright. Back to the usual dilemma of what the fuck do I play? I'll just do the usual now. That if Apollo is open, I'll pick that if I don't have anything else in mind. I gotta get it to Radiant still, as I didn't really play at all. Bots being banned definitely makes sense now. I'm happy to see it. I can't say I mind it.
Select your god.
excuse me, is haven't been speaking much today just yet, so my voice still getting used to it. I woke up late. How did I not get hit by that circle? Shit. Oh my, I need some speed here. Fuck. It went so well that whole fucking round. Until that. There we go. Alright. I forgot to tweet out. Let me do that real fast. I still don't know how many actually follows that, but it does seem to make a difference. But I don't really know. But like last time when I forgot to tweet out, that was just a significant difference in viewer count. And then sometimes people would simply just say that, why didn't you tweet it out? It's like, fuck. So I guess some people do follow it, but I just don't know how many actually do it. And I mean, it's Smite. In terms of viewership, it's always gonna be very, very varied. Like even on the bigger streamers side, in terms of like viewer count, sometimes you see the big streamers have like 800 viewers, and then some days they're gonna have like 300. All right, let's get this party started. This kind of feels like a shell game. Don't it beats? Probably. Well, beats could be still be nice, but that's just mainly because of Thor. I'll do a shell for the walls.
Yes.
Alright, what do we got? Did we get stacked on? I'm not sure. It's probably fine.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, if I just hit my auto. Should have been there. It's alright. Made up for it at least. At the cost of all my pots.
The rain shall wash them away. Be careful, left.
Let's go pick this up.
Enemies in middle lane. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know why I didn't shell. That's terrible.
Your left tower is under attack.
My slow-ass reactions and fucking woke up yet. Aren't awake. That's the word. Whoops.
Your right tower is under attack.
He ulted did way more damage than I thought. I guess that's just the double ability bar stuff.
Ally has been slain.
Those are still up. XP wise, you should still be alright.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, easy run, enemies in middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Be careful, right? Your right tower is under attack.
I think it gets him. Nice.
Rain shall wash them away. Okay. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful. Okay. Enemy missing middle.
Let's go live steal.
Okay.
I'm trying to debate if I don't know about Bari too much. It's not really a matchup I have personally played with or played against early on. I don't actually know her damage output really, so I'm debating if I should fight or not. Because I'm not tanky yet. I think once I have my Nemean online, my second item, I should be fine. But this early, she might have the damage output because of all her fucking resetting shit on her ultimate. But who knows? I can always try and poke, but she can poke me just as easy. Yeah, Demon's interesting when she's magic, but it's mainly for the passive effect of it.
Okay.
I could just go Kusari as well, but Kusari doesn't feel like a very tanky item, if that makes any sense. Still good though. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm generally just more scared of the jungler's gank than I generally am of my own lane opponent. But that is true. Maybe I just take the chance and go Kusari. I guess I'm Apollo too. Like, Thor ganks are not that scary with the mess. Maybe I can just do Kusari. I'm just thinking out loud at this point.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in the left jungle.
I missed everything with that. Boryu 3 is just still super insane. It's such good poke. And it's just almost fully like reliant on just you hitting it and nothing else. Alright, it's back. Let's do magic protection, because I do want to fight him. I did miss a bad one there, but he heals a lot too. Is that Chalice? I guess so. Does Bari have a heal? I actually don't know anything about Bari, man. I have not played her myself all that much.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
You rock. Thanks.
Well, that's really not good.
Cancel that. Enemy has been slain. Oh, very strong.
Huge. Yeah, I can't believe how that escalated just because of one Stomach Plug. But that turned out so well in our favor in the end. I like Kusari more, because it just gives me everything you need on Apollo. Like the health, the attack speed. It's not a bad protection item, but it does feel on the lower side of things, because the whole point of it is obviously not really being tanky. You just get so much attack speed out of it. I like that aspect of it. I might have to back. I'll let him clear this wave, I guess. Then maybe I can back.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury. Yes.
Might just wait the 40 seconds at this point. Just to have the TP available.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Whoa. Can we get a kill at least for that, boys? There we go.
Wash them away.
A steal.
Where it rains, it pours.
I got my ult actually. Should be fine.
enemy has been slain.
Yeah.
Oh, they hit like a baby.
I don't think I've tried Oni's Apollo, but I actually think it could be really good.
Okay. I am the king. Your right tower is under attack.
Damn. Yeah, I'm not gonna win any fucking trades if I'm missing everything. Fuck, man, I just missed 2 of my 2s.
Enemy spotted. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Bridget Thor is just ulting.
Falling back.
Enemy missing. Enemies in the jungle.
That was badly played. Missed my whole ult as well. He didn't even go for my blue. That's the weird part. I should have just landed on my own blue. I expected him to go for my blue when he ran in there. Now I lost everything.
Your left tower.
I also just realized it's Mori ADC that they have.
Enemy spotted. Your left tower.
This is how I fraction.
Enemy missing.
That does make sense. Serrated would definitely be a good item for her now. I keep forgetting about the buff to Serrated.
Enemy missing.
I gotta play more stuff with it. Fucking hell no, I'm not gonna be against that shit. Doesn't this just counter me? Building health? Dude, that's so nasty. What the fuck is that?
Right tower is under attack. On my way. The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Allies slain.
Dude, that's so nasty. You can't get close to that shit.
Be right back.
Okay, he has it. It's fine. I wasn't gonna let her get away. Fuck that.
Enemy spotted.
Alright. What now?
Enemies in middle lane.
Just doing the usual. I don't even know I'm thinking about it.
Enemy missing.
Just makes the most sense to always go arrow spell.
Enemy missing right. Enemies in left lane. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Yeah, I don't want to fight that anymore.
The rain shall wash them away.
I keep saying I don't know why she's healing so much when I also know that she has Serrated, so... I think I know why she's healing, boys. It could be that lifesteal.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
You still can't type, can you? God damn it. I was just gonna let him know that a pause is only 1 minute and he needs 2, so... Maybe he's just saying 2 minutes because that's like a phrase, I don't know. Figure of speech. I haven't played Smite in 2 days, like at all. I just ended up being too busy. I had like some family stuff that came up that I had to deal with on Monday. And what even happened yesterday? I guess I just never got around to playing Smite yesterday. I had something else to take care of, and after that, I didn't really think about Smite. I just like, I'm gonna play something more relaxing.
Enemy missing left.
Yeah, I'm not interested in fighting. I think the lifesteal in this matchup will make the difference. She's just gonna heal more than I can actually deal damage with my low damage output. Even with having Nemean.
Enemy missing right.
Also doesn't help that he obviously has a red buff.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. Enemy missing left. Cancel that. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Woo! Okay, on my way. Enemies in right lane. Your middle tower is under
We're 45 right now.
middle tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, Anubis is just AFK at the moment. Yeah, we just gotta chill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's, yeah, I mean, that's not really great. That Anubis is still AFK.
Your right tower is under attack.
Little too early to surrender, I think, but...
That's too bad.
Unfortunate. I mean, I obviously don't think he's doing it on purpose. It's not like he wanted to leave, but... It's not really ideal.
Sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's back off. That's good. He was taking too much poke in the beginning, so I could allow myself to do that.
You are fabulous. No. Completed. We need war. Slip
This
away.
is how I fraction.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Return to base. Attack Fire Giant. Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Worked out pretty well in the end. Somehow. It's way too late for fire. It's too late for fire now.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Do pyro though.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Stop saw. The dog doesn't like the ice cream truck, even though he hears it every single Wednesday.
Be careful. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right
Just gonna join the
tower
pinging.
is under attack.
Who are we mad at?
Stay here.
It does suck though. Like, I don't know why Anubis is going AFK, but like, if there's a small chance, boys, that you ever think you might have to go AFK, don't fucking queue ranked. What's the point? We were winning this game super hard.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. The enemies have returned to base. Your left tower is under attack.
Also, kind of feels like no one is really warding. There's a few people, obviously. We're 3 on the map, but like on objectives specifically, it feels like we've rarely had any wards. The only one on 5 gen right now is mine.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
There's not really much for them to take at the moment.
I'll attack right lane.
They're getting ready for gold though.
Pyromancer has arrived. Enemies at the Gold Fury. Enemies in right lane.
Wanna ult in?
No, I don't think we need to.
Is under attack.
If he runs away, we chase him.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy spotted.
Morgan ult.
Wash them away.
Work anymore.
I have Gengi. I need damage on this thing.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
We have 2 bombs, we can just do fire.
Destroyed a left enemy.
I have Harpy.
Ultimate is ready.
Just throw bombs down at 2k. They're coming in though, we might need to fight if it's not low enough.
Chase them, stop doing the wave.
Throw me, guys.
Enemy has been slain.
Dude, this ice cream truck is actually distracting the shit out of me because it's right outside and it's ringing that fucking bell like fucking crazy. I don't know if you guys hear it, but it's loud as shit because my window's open.
Ally has been slain.
I definitely don't feel that tanky anymore. I just have a lot of HP, I suppose. Oh, that's a good block.
Man, fuck.
No, boys, that was just a bad fight. Yeah, once she beats, just get out. It's not worth it anymore, because they're all gonna be coming.
She was a free pick, like she used her thing.
Yeah, but Anubis missed the stun, then he doesn't have any follow-up.
Yeah. Fucked it up.
Dude, I don't actually know. I think I am gonna go Spirit Rope. No, so not HP, but
Your right tower is under attack. Enemies at the fire.
They pulled LG.
Fair, fair.
Thorol.
this sucks, man. This game was just a throne after Anubis had to go AFK like 5 times.
Get in the shaka. You get it?
Cancel that. Defend.
Your left
We might be able to defend. I'll give them the last chance.
tower is
Go for it, Anubis. Make up for the AFKs you've had. Enjoy.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
But that sucks.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
Okay. Yeah, that didn't work out. Unfortunate. Dude, holy shit, I'm about to close my window. I know the fucking ice cream truck is going away in a second. But yeah, I do believe you guys do hear it, so I do apologize.
Your left tower is under attack.
Not really much I can do about the ice cream truck.
Sorry, that's too bad.
What are we doing, boys? Get that tower.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
But I would like you to keep quiet.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I mean, this could be the fight. If we 5-man, then we might be able to end.
Your left phoenix.
It's an all-in fight.
Rain shall wash them away.
Nice job.
Oh my god.
Enemy has been slain.
I love them.
On my way.
We're doing this so slow. Gotta remember my fucking arrows bow.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I don't know why I tried to save Sobek, to be honest. Ugh.
That's too bad.
Just what
I basically just got a one-shot by all the shit that they threw in after I tried to save Sobek.
I shine without effort. You struggle without end.
enemy has been
What?
slain.
This is how I work.
What the fuck? He didn't even have ult? Why is he trying to fight the Fenrir then? Interesting.
Your Titan is under attack.
We're gonna fix this back up though. I also regret going Oni or Spirit Rope, I think. I don't really know if this shit's gonna help me.
The rain shall wash them away.
She healed a lot.
Holy Anubis 3. Holy ultimate. Oh my god.
Enemy has been slain. Save yourself. Save yourself.
How am I alive? I shouldn't be. Maybe Spirit Rope diff? Dude, that definitely was rough. I'm not gonna lie. We should have had Jimoja like 3 times. But holy healing, man. What the fuck? I guess we don't have any anti-healing outside of Sobek. Yeah, that sucks, man. I might have to just swap out one of my items for anti-healing. my dude. It's getting giga poked. Like, is our Sobek not warding, man? Why is he coming back with not a single ward? Just buy 1 sentry. That's all we need.
On my way.
Because they do heal so much, man. Fuck it. I'm doing it. Actually, no. That's a terrible pickup. I don't like Ankh, because it doesn't stay. Do I just go with...
Enemies behind us.
I think I have to go Brawlers. Because I don't like the items where I have to press something or they're only in the vicinity of me. That just doesn't feel worth it.
Be careful. Retreat.
Fire giant. Return to base.
Fire giant.
Attack fire giant.
Yes.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
Incoming.
Enemy spotted.
Colder than the depth of the universe.
I do think Anubis was kind of doing the right thing, but at the same time, it's just tough when...
Enemy has been slain.
I guess he didn't see the emoji. That's fair. It's a very strange game. Like, both teams are just not doing much with the leads that they get in these fights.
Go, go. I mean, they're all back now, whatever. Oh man, where are you pulling? Like, where the hell are you pulling?
Vista, amigo.
And like fucking hell.
Cancel that.
Envy waters.
Wash them away. He has destroyed the fire giant.
That sucks. Had to try and see if I got ult out. I went for a desperate play. It's just a really weird place. Like, I'm not sure what Sopic was trying to pluck. He just plucked nothing and died. I think if we group and fight as 5, we have a pretty low chance of actually losing these fights. We just have the better comp. We just have to mainly be careful for the Bari, not just running away with it. Because she still has the chance to just one-shot our backline, as she almost did in one of the fights. Hello, Lurek. Skew is stacked. It doesn't feel stacked. Both teams are throwing like crazy. It's not a bad lobby, though. Like, this is obviously better than usual.
I will be right back.
I don't know why we're just randomly plucking
Go
things.
back, it's 4v5.
Ally has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemies in the mid lane. Defend middle lane. Completed. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
No, let it push left. We aren't defending anyway. We just shouldn't be dying for this.
Has been destroyed.
We just can't let them end.
Destroyed a left enemy. Your Titan is under attack.
It's whatever, man. It's boring.
Ah, that sucks. Yeah, we threw this game like 3 times, so it's whatever.
That's short eye.
Yeah, no, I don't know what Sopic was trying to pluck this whole time. Like, Anubis going AFK a few times, and then Sopic plucking random things when no one's around is kind of what threw this game. It's not really much else. It is what it is. I definitely struggled late game trying to do anything, because at that point I'm not tanky anymore. I get CC'd once and I just insta-die, the usual tank problem. That being said, I do think the main issue was obviously the fact that we just always got initiated upon as well. They had 2 Thorolds, that was also pretty tough. Still, it was a decently fun game, all things considered. That was weirdly not a very fun Apollo game, though, I'll say. Did not have a whole lot of fun, despite winning the early game in my lane. kind of want to play something where I can use Serrated. And try it out. I just don't know what. I feel like I don't enjoy any of the gods that you can really utilize that with at the moment. Span Ephraim. Got the same, so he's not a bad player. Cypri's a jungle main. He's definitely not a bad player. I will say he probably should look at his minimap before he plugs a Sopic though. But that's fine. We all have some strange games here and there. I'm not gonna blame him for that. Yeah, I played 3 games. Yeah, or 10 games for past 3 months. I get it. Don't worry about it. What the hell do I play though? Because now Apollo's banned. Is it just a Hades game? I guess. I'll do Hades then. I haven't played Hades in a little while because it seems to be something I always lose on no matter what. So I kind of stopped picking it. And I'm not really like that. I don't think it's because of the pick, but I kind of almost associate it with the pick, and it makes me want to play it less. Often it's not even a case of me losing like as Hades in my lane or some shit like that. It is more like my team, for some reason, when I pick Hades, it's kind of the same thing with Aladdin. It's not even just Hades. It's that if I don't have an impact for the majority of the early game, it seems like nothing is fucking happening and my whole team loses. It feels like it's cursed. Alright, well, this run's fucking cursed. Let me just reset it. Because Hades is obviously broken, and he used to be my go-to god for just winning easily. But he hasn't been there for a little while. Also, what the fuck is this map? Where are my speed circles so I don't die, yeah? We'll probably lose this pretty soon though, because it's getting fast. And very chaotic. And I'm just gonna hit the walls, that's cool. I think I'm safe. Are you only playing because you have a little tournament thing? Yeah, no worries, man. Don't you worry. If you don't enjoy the game though, why even play tournaments? I'm just curious. Alright. What do we got? What is this? Is that actually a Fenrir ADC? Enjoy the game with people in voice? Fair enough. Yeah, ranked has been strange for quite a while now. I think some of the games are still fine, like the last one. Like, in terms of players at least, last one was fine. But, yeah, a lot of them are pretty much just... It's so varied in skill levels. That definitely makes it a bit unenjoyable. I mean, it's not like I don't get it. I've been playing a lot less lately. And it's probably just a mix of everything. Like, there's a lot more games, more interesting games coming out that I would rather spend my time with. But even if I didn't have those games, I don't know how much Smite I would really be playing, just comparatively to right now. Is this a beats game? I think it is. Kind of hate having beats on Hades, though. But I don't want to get super plugged late game. So much for going for a god with Serrated, huh? And yeah, I mean, I have the same issues as I guess everyone else has. Like, a lot of the games are so varied in skill levels, it makes it unfun no matter what if you're the one winning or losing. Like, I don't want to stomp someone. You know, it doesn't feel very fun, especially if I can clearly tell that they're not on the same level. But losing for the same reason, where duo is getting so smacked that it ends up affecting my lane, also makes it incredibly unenjoyable, you know? Like, that stuff is just not fun. It's not even about the winning. Granted, I would prefer winning those types of games, so I can at least still keep my SR and not get a huge losing streak, as I've had recently. For some reasons exactly like that. I might have to start banning that Morrigan, because I think it's boring to deal with. Morrigan would be banned more if people actually played her. She's still stupid broken, I think. And she's so boring to deal with attack speed, to be honest. Like, I've been thinking about doing that myself in solo, but I always kind of talk myself out of it, because I would be the most hated player on Earth. If I went Morrigan with attack speed in solo. Because almost nothing is going to be able to deal with it. Because you just can't. And that's only one part of the coin, you know? The other side of the whole coin is going to be the ultimate that will always just be making it so it feels like you're 2v1ing. It is funny how hated Morrigan has become, though. I feel like at one point she was kind of known as the cool god that you could outplay people with. Just turn into their god and then outplay them on the same god type thing. It's not the case anymore.
Be careful left. Retreat. Your middle tower is under attack. Gank left lane. Attack. Gank. They just rained on your parade.
Why do we have Fenrir ADC in this game? And by we, I mean the enemy team. But just... My only guess is that he didn't realize he was ADC. I don't know. Well, that is unlucky for him and on the pluck timing part.
Enemy has been slain. No problem.
Of all the times to plug, dude, that feels like some shit I would do, to be honest. I would plug the randomest thing, or just use my jump, because no one's ever gonna visit me, and then I get ganked at level 3 by 3 people. I feel that happened to me recently.
Okay.
Is that a negation angle? What even does that mean?
Cancel that.
The fuck is negation? Well, I'm... I mean, I literally just said it. I literally just said it. Watch me dash, and then I'm gonna get ganked. Smart. Let me just show you how it's done.
That's too bad.
Oh well. Oh, I see. We have negation? I see. No. I don't think so. I don't want to go tanky. Because being a tank is fake in Smite. I would rather just go for an actual damage item. That sucks.
Enemy ultimate down. Be right back. Retreat! Enemy ultimate incoming! Your right tower is under attack. Follow me. Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Curses! Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Sorry. Left lane. Ultimate is ready. Your middle tower.
Nice of him to group up for it. Okay. He loves the plug. It's his favorite ability in the game. He just loves pressing it.
Falling back.
I, for one, will stop dashing. Since I am super dead if Achilles ever shows up and I don't have my dash.
Be right back. Enemy ultimate down. Okay. Enemy missing careful left. Right. Missing left. Enemy missing left. Be careful right.
The shittiest part about this, again, is that the Morrigan once again will have a Thor to turn into.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I'm sorry.
Just like last game. At least it's not gonna be two Thors, which is good. Oh my god, so big. Jesus Christ.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Defend. Enemy ultimate down. Defend. Enemy ultimate down. You're gang. Something else. Enemy missing. Gang. Nice job. Your right tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. Attack middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, just go clear. It's so more beneficial for you to just go do something else. You're not killing a Hades, man.
Right tower is under attack.
A Sophic of all things. It's not even worth poking. But you know what? It's good that he doesn't.
Wash them away.
Because then he's just gonna fall further behind. It just kind of triggers me. Because he has no point in doing it. I'm saying it for his sake.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm assuming he took this while. Maybe that's why he's not doing anything. He already took it. That's fair. It's very nice of him once again to screw up for it.
Missing middle. Retreat left lane. Enemy missing middle. Enemies in the middle lane.
Maybe if he keeps plucking me like this, I can actually kill him once I have more stuff. He's just ulting for no reason too. You gonna pluck me though? Pluck me!
Okay.
Had to try. Just back off. I don't know why I tried. I got bored. I just pressed out of instinct.
Pyromancer has arrived. I'll attack left lane.
Yeah, he didn't have ult, but still. Oh my god. Well, they gotta kill something here. If we get the Merlin here, it's still fine, but fucking hell, dude. Morrigan turning into Ares when my ult is down is worst case fucking scenario, man.
Your right tower is under attack. Gank left lane. Attack left lane. Behind us. Behind us. Cancel that. Save yourself. The heat bears down upon you.
It does feel like though. So I'm sure there's at least one or two people that do enjoy playing Sobek in solo. But it does feel like for the majority of Sobek solos, it's because they don't know how to play solo. And so they just play Sobek because anyone can play Sobek solo. Because it's so it's by far the most boring matchup in solo, I think. Because you can't, like, you're never gonna get ganked. Incredibly hard to gank him with the, like, well self-peeling he's got, as well as his, like, sees him in ult, like, he kinda has everything.
Attack middle lane. The rain shall wash them away.
I have 2 Sunders as well. I feel like this late game will not be very fun.
Be careful right. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Good game. Gank right lane. Enemy missing. Enemy spotted. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. We need wards.
It feels like they're just rotating, and we never know that they're doing it. So it's pretty awkward trying to do anything if we just don't know where they are.
Defend middle lane. Defend middle lane. I'm building stacks. Defend middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
Subix there too. Makes sense.
Ally has been slain. On my way. Attack fire giant. Retreat. Enemy has been slain. Oh yeah. Made it like a baby. Attack the goal. Attack left lane.
Damn, didn't get my 3 off in time. Well, I don't know how everyone else died when I was taking everything, but alright. I was kind of just trying to set up so that everyone else would come in and clean up.
Retreat left lane.
I don't know why Agni is chasing, man. Just clear the wave.
Rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, I think Morrigan is just... As someone who really does enjoy Morrigan, I still don't think she's healthy for the game.
Your right tower is under attack.
And the aspect has removed all the counterplay there was for her, which is just incredibly stupid. Like, what's even the point now? She was already kind of... Like, she's always been broken, right? She has high damage. She can turn into literally anything. What just did 500? Basic attack? Oh, he has crit. Oh. And everyone has crit so that they can build that fucking item, dude. This meta is dog shit. Everyone is building crit so they can build lenient bow or fucking learny bow. And for some fucking reason, Harris thinks it's balanced. It's so boring. It's so boring.
Your right tower.
Well, they've stated with the Mulan specifically that
Your middle
it's
tower
because she does terribly in high-level play, but really well in casuals. Which I could see. Like, if you're a new player, she's definitely an easy god to play. Just comparatively speaking to someone like, let's say, Aladdin.
right tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
But yeah, I mean, this is pretty normal for what happens when I play Hades. Literally every time. We don't have pressure anywhere, everyone is getting shit on. And as a result, I'm getting shit on.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
So,
been destroyed.
average Hades game. This is why I don't feel like playing it. It's hard to have a presence when you don't have any really fightability early on. But realistically, it's just more about luck.
Your left
Right.
tower is under attack.
Just... I hate saying it like this, but in reality, it's just a team diff. Even if I'm useless too in this one.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, right?
Just gotta try and keep farming, so I can actually do something. Oops. I don't necessarily think quips are a bad idea, but
Enemy missing.
I don't think that's where the focus should be at the moment. Like, you can always focus on the smaller fun things a bit later, I guess, when the game feels like it's in actually decent state. I don't mind like the stupid fun stuff that people can play with. It's not for me, but I don't mind it. The fact that you don't have an ADC here is also really bad for me. Because that's just another potential target that I could have that I don't have. Because it's a fucking Finra instead.
Retreat right lane. Enemy spotted.
Their soul is for the taking.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right
My
is
tower,
under
no.
attack. Retreat middle lane. I'll gank left lane. Retreat middle lane.
Enemy missing right. Completed. Cancel.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Battle isn't over yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Close, but of course.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh no, we have Vitalis Agni. That's crazy.
Your right tower is
My
under
man's
attack.
confident.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
They have 2 level 20s, man. And I'm our highest on our team on 18. This ain't looking good. It's definitely the surrender angle.
Retreat right lane. Ward here. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Find them. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has Gank.
Let's not chase the Sobek. Let's not do that. The full HP Sobek after we used everything.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We could have if we knew they were on gold, but it's not like we have anyone else really
The Pyro
reporting on things over there.
Be careful, right enemy missing. Attack middle lane. Ultimate is ready. Attack middle lane. Enemy spotted.
I'm Hades late game, but we're also into like Herox, Gabu, and Snotty. Broche, like they're gonna know what's like how to counter me. I get what you were saying, but yeah. They just on fire? I can't fucking tell.
The enemy
Yes.
team has destroyed the fire.
That would be a yes. Yes, chase me.
Right tower has been destroyed. Your right
Do
tower
chase
is
me, good
under
sir.
attack.
Crit Achilles is so fun. Probably shouldn't have dashed that way. Like, I was just kind of hoping that he wasn't still chasing. I think it's over anyway. They did very good damage here. They're delaying it a little bit, but doesn't really matter. Run, Agni, run.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I think crit most things performs better than not crit something. Just because of Learning Bow. I was literally fucking dealing with Susano with crit not that many streams ago.
Is under attack.
He went Susano with crit, he pulled you into the Learning Bow. And you would just get one shot. Because what the fuck can you do against it? You can't. If you get pulled, you die. It's so boring. I'm so tired of high-risk making these items, just making the game way more unbalanced. Like, active items themselves are not a bad idea. But they need to stop, like, making something that is, like, basically, I guess, another ability.
Your right
Or better than... Actually, I should just say better than a normal ability. Because that shit is broken as hell. With little to no counterplay.
Your Titan is under attack. Spotted.
I would go in here. Like in any other, I think, situation, that's generally good. I also don't know if these guys are like dual queuing, like Snotty and Herox, but either way, it's so like boring to deal with. I'm definitely banning them more again now. Damn. It's not good that we got the Achilles, now people have hope.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure what to... How am I top damage? I've barely even done anything this game.
Your left tower
I've got like
is
one
under
ult.
attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Well, int Guan Yu makes sense, because that's actually just how he scales now,
Your left
you know?
Phoenix is under attack.
But... Achilles just traditionally has never been good with something like crit. I don't know, crit in general right now is just really good too. It's weird, like damage dealers overall are just really performing a little too well.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah, let's get out. Damn, these games so far are not it, man.
I'm on it.
One more game. I actually do not think I did anything this game. I don't know how I did like this amount of damage, to be honest. That game was somehow worse than the first one. Yeah, no good games today so far. It's not helping the situation. I could be playing the Lies of P DLC right now, but instead I'm doing this. I'm mostly joking. Like, I'm not enjoying the game, but it's making it hard right now to actually have fun in the current games. I think I'm fucking cooked in fucking haste now, though, because I had do not have enough speed to deal with how fast the, I don't know what it's called, the fog wall, the battle royale wall. It's too fast for me now in this endless mode. It gets faster and faster, so eventually it's gonna catch up. And I got tapped out. That's just gonna confirm my death. At least maybe in this game now that I have Nika, I can play mid instead, and then I can get a little palate cleanser instead. So watching the game makes me stress out. It's fun, but yeah, I mean when it gets too fast and you can't really outrun it, it gets pretty stressful. You're reliant on random nonsense spawning in front of you in a randomly generated game. I rely on the fucking speed circles that spawn to get me enough speed to get away, and sometimes they do not fucking spawn very early, and then you just don't have a fucking chance to get away. Actually, can I get an upgrade? Maybe I can. Let me pick something though. Do I just have fun with Kukulkan again? Actually play a fun god for once? Yeah, let me do that. Let me have fun with Kukulkan. It's this guy, I believe. Hello, Kami. A very warming aura. It's good to hear. Let's grab... Oh, I can only really grab one thing, actually. HP it is. Yeah, I don't use cam much these days. It's just easier to focus on streaming and playing the game sometimes when I don't have a cam on me. But today I'm just kind of relaxed. I went into this stream for once expecting to not have very fun games. Which is also why I'm really pissed about my current games. Because they have been terrible. This one at least might be okay, we'll see. It's a bit easier to stay in a good mood when you just expect it to be bad, you know? I have no expectations in this stream to have any sort of winning streak or anything along those lines. I'm just gonna play the game and try and have some fun for a little while. It hasn't been as easy lately to focus on positivity in my stream. This is generally my goal. You know? We have fun, we chill, we focus on the positive things. The game's making it a bit difficult lately.
Wow, wow.
Wow. Aegis game. 1000% Aegis game.
Spectacular.
Spectacular. I don't know if positive Gamehunter will ever return. He died. He died in the rank queue some time ago. Oh, I don't know though. We'll see.
Attack right lane.
You look cuddly. I can see it.
Okay, on my way.
Your output exceeds
I could see it.
expectations.
I'll take Cuddly over so many other things. I think all Coco's Master skins are pretty cool, because they change his wings. I think this one is the least impressive in terms of the wings. They have like an orange glow to them at some points. But I think his Opal one is really cool, because it's like purple wings. What am I against? Interesting. I would have thought it was gonna be Herox on that Merlin again.
No problem.
Also, first time seeing the Baron aspect. Yo, does anyone know? Give me a quick rundown on the Baron aspect.
Be careful. Please.
No problem. Falling back on my way.
Cancel that. Retreat.
No problem.
Defend.
Let's see, can I get this solo?
Enemy missing. Your right tower is under attack.
Follow me.
Yes, yes I can. If I'm fast enough.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing.
Baron does more damage generally and is partly respawn every 20 seconds. Okay, so he just has an extra little ability basically.
Enemy missing right.
Yes.
It's an interesting change. I don't want to back yet. His 3 is also not a mess, it's a heal. Okay. Weird. I feel that just isn't as good. No, I guess it's...
Exemplary.
I don't know actually. Guess that could go both ways.
Good work.
I think the mess is really good though.
Retreat. Retreat. Retreat.
Okay.
I'm not hitting my shit right now.
Enemy spotted.
I don't want to back until I can finish my stuff. Gotta stick around. Just a little longer.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
This hurts.
Gank right lane.
Enemy missing middle. Nowhere is safe.
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
It's not a heal. Oh, he's only healed himself, that's what I read. I just mixed 2 of the comments.
Okay.
I see. That's probably a good change, yeah. That makes sense.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Be careful.
Okay. Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Who's my support? Draco Gamer.
Missing middle.
Don't know him.
Enemy missing right.
Okay. Allies, please. Carry. Rain shall wash them away. Double kill. I'll attack the Gold Fury. Yes. Your right free your soul to the other.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing. Your right tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready.
Oh, I just got baited by that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Allies has been slain.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
How do I spamming? Be careful, man. He baited the shit out of me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Also, everyone in mid, even on her showed up.
Retreat right lane. On my way.
No problem.
Your right tower is under attack.
Trespassers. You have my apologies.
No problem. Yes.
Attack.
Okay.
I need to be more careful as well. Wait, who is the Doki jungle? I don't know why I forgot for a second. Fucking creep blocked my one. I didn't even see that creep.
Enemy missing right.
Be careful. Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful. I'm being careful. What a engaging mid experience in this one.
Oh, the party's this way.
Ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. Scrap something with cooldown here on Deso, and then I'll go Poly after that. I will refrain from going for a boar this game, I think.
Thanks. Some other time.
Did we get the XP for it? He tried, but fuck me, I guess.
Has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. On my way.
Must have been right out of range.
Gank.
Dude, this fucking NATO keeps robbing me.
You have my apologies.
That is most unfortunate. Ultimate is ready.
Attack right lane. No problem. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Completed.
Free your soul to the
Man, my NATO doesn't go off either. That's some ass, I tell you.
Rain shall wash them away.
Bit of unfortunate that the pillar blocked my one too. Just bots aspect, man. I don't think we're gonna lose this. We have Herox on bots aspect.
attack the gold right lane.
Attack.
Merlin 3 all took up my 1, actually. That's also another unfortunate thing.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
An enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready.
Be careful. Be careful.
On my way.
Dude, this Honor loves rotating.
Help left lane.
On my way.
My way. Ultimate is ready. My way.
I'm sorry.
Jaguar.
Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Wash them away.
Exemplary.
I need to be very careful for Baron here.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Be right back.
Cancel that. Attack fire giant.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Nice job.
You have my apologies.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. The rain shall wash them away.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
What's the general consensus on the Baron aspect, though? Is it actually good, or is it just whatever? Or is it worse?
My way. The ultimate down. Will rains it pours. Your left tower is under attack. Defend middle lane. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Miscalculated that.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Attack left lane. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Attack fire giant.
It just came out. What, yeah, yesterday? Yeah, but generally that's like a general consensus, like a first impression. So maybe people were like, it's instantly broken, you know? Usually you know if something's broken. But yeah, I guess I was asking for a general consensus, which, yeah, it's probably not gonna be that just yet.
Be right back.
Enemy
Ultimate
missing.
is ready.
Attack the gold fury.
Okay.
Oh, I missed my one. Again.
On my way.
Serpent swiftness. Serpent
Attack the
swiftness.
enemy ultimate down.
Enemy
On my
Cancel
way.
that.
Serpent swiftness.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The rain shall wash them away. Your
I
middle
feel like the
tower
enemy
is
team has
under
given up
attack.
just a little bit.
Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, I'll back. Finish rot.
Perfection.
I actually just forgot about Polly. Just went for Rod instead. I think it's because I usually have Polly like third.
attack fire giant.
Okay.
Okay. Enemies in right lane.
Enemy missing. Ella, follow my lead. Okay. Oh, they hit like a babe.
Error.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Destroyed the fire giant. Your middle tower
I'll
is
take it then,
under
if no one else is. God damn it. Thought I backed.
attack. Right lane. On my way. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Rupa.
I'm on it.
No problem. Be careful. Enemy has been slain. Rupa. No problem. Ultimate is ready.
It's a trap. Enemies incoming.
No problem.
No problem for this siege will hurt it a little bit.
The rain shall wash them away. Attack middle lane. Oh, you are good lying.
Serpents.
What was that heal? The fuck? Oh, it was Lifebinder? That was a huge heal though, that was Lifebinder. It went from like 10% to like 30?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
That is not
I can only imagine what my team had to say each other in this one. Because Gapu, Hidden Name, and Zipri were on the same team again. Who were my teammates last game. Yeah, the Merlin heal. Because I don't see, like, outside of Lifebinder, I don't know what would heal him here. Arcane Dash has a heal? Really? I had no idea that shit had a heal. Is it only an aspect thing? It's normal? Damn. Shows how little I play Merlin. That shit never healed me, I swear. So far, like 2 weeks ago, I'm in rank 10. It's definitely interesting. Is that a smite 2 only thing? I gotta ban that bots this time. Because I don't think we're picking it. I'm kinda tempted to try it myself, to be honest. Oh, it's like a percentage of HP lost in the last few seconds. I see. That makes sense.
Select your god.
Yeah, because he didn't get a shield, which is why I didn't think it was Lifebinder, but I didn't know what else it could be. I don't know what to play, guys. I really wish I wasn't first pick. That would make it so much easier. But I'm always fucking first pick. Play Aladdin, I guess. Do an Aladdin game. Well, it might be a tank Aladdin now. Otherwise, I'm gonna not have very much fun into a Wheelix here. Be ready for the tank Aladdin, boys. I could try a Serrated Aladdin build. Our comp is kind of cooked anyway, so it might just be time for the Tank Aladdin to resurface. I haven't done Tank Aladdin since, like, the... What was it again? It was Shield Splitter and Pridwin being broken. When you could do that, I used to play some Tank Aladdin, and it was decently fun. But you do end up struggling in the damage department, just a little bit. But from what I can see, I'm expecting this to be Nika on that Wheelix, which is really not going to be a fun matchup, since it's straight in my face the whole game. So I might need that tankiness to make up for it. We'll see. Maybe I don't go tanky, but I just go for Helm of Radiance. I don't know. Yep, that's indeed the case. Beats and... I don't know, actually. I think I should still do trends, though. But if I want to do a physical hybrid Aladdin build, I'm gonna try it. Let's just see how it goes. Or do I just do Serrated? Yeah.
A little something extra.
Let's do Serrated.
Just
Let's
in
try
case
this.
the genie is busy.
Someone hold me back. What do you want to say, Dutch? Tell me. Tell it to my face. This might be a disaster. We'll see how it goes. I don't know why I'm experimenting now, but
Minions have spawned.
we are. Oh, it was a compliment holdback thing. Yeah, I've been letting it grow a bit. I gotta trim it a bit. It's a little untrimmed at the neck. I don't like that. It gets itchy. I gotta remove this part down here. Almost terribly aimed. Never level 2. I would have thought that I would have hit the minions there, but turns out I didn't. How could I fucking think that? Like an idiot.
Be careful, Mitch. No problem. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Completed.
Cannon, go!
Enemies in the left jungle. Left lane.
Retreat
Enemies
left lane.
incoming left.
To me. Let's go.
Huh? The fuck? Dude, the jump is still really, really weird sometimes. I was sure that I hit that. I guess I didn't. And then it's kind of knocked me up as well for some reason. Like, excuse me?
To me, genie.
Trying to press my 2 here, but that shit ain't being pressed.
Right tower
I don't think
is
we're
under
getting her.
attack. Rain shall wash them away.
Never mind then.
Even the genie was impressed. Record.
Do I level my 2 now then? Instead of my 1? It's gonna feel terrible for wave clear though, but the 2 does scale more with strength than the 1 does. Fuck it, I mean we're experimenting anyway.
Been slain.
Let's do it.
I'm the greatest.
To me, genie.
Be careful, right.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way.
To me. I must slip away quickly. Thanks.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
This is still here. I didn't even see her. I didn't even hear that she was there, man. The heck, man. I had no idea. Aw, man.
Yes.
I feel like Zeus should have won that trade. Not sure there would be any kill potential though. Just kind of early damage Zeus. Right. Do we really not have any item that hybrids physical damage? And physical defense.
Enemy ultimate down. Gank.
I just realized we have Merlin.
Your middle
Merlin
tower is
ADC.
under attack.
Dude, what's with the weird ADC picks today?
Your left tower is under attack.
Void Shield? Yeah, but that one's just not that great, I guess. But that might be the only one. Then you have stuff like Shifters, I guess, but... Go Conch. It doesn't give protection though. It just gives HP. I don't really consider that much of a like defensive item, I guess. Because if I want HP, I can just go for something like Boar, because that also does damage. And it gives me some good escape as well as some initiate. I get your idea with Conch though. Conch is definitely not bad, it's just... it's so situational. And I'm not sure I like it because of it.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Yes, that's too bad.
What the fuck is this? Dude, what? What the fuck was that? Okay. That confirms it. We're going Boar. We didn't even get the Hercules, man. I'm so sad. I had 1 more second left on my shit. Yeah, the Kepri actually coming back in. That's so fuck, man. Or back in. Why the fuck was he here?
Right tower is under attack.
We didn't do gold or anything for that. Get that Cupid, man. You better. We did. Get the Cupid.
Yes, good game.
Like, why am I being griffed, man? Like, what have I done this game to get griffed? Like, I just surrender, whatever. We go next.
Yes.
Everyone's getting griefed this game.
This is every game for me, man. Last game Merlin support, this game Merlin whatever. He's playing whatever he wants.
It's the same people who always does this shit though, so it's nothing new to be honest.
Your right tower is under attack.
Not really much to do in this game. Like, we have Artemis support. We have, well, Merlin ADC, and when he dies, he starts grieving the game. Like, he always does this shit though. Like Monkey, I don't really know the guy. He doesn't seem like a bad player either, but this guy is one of the biggest tilters in the EU, from what I've seen in recent memory. Do I have to say it again though? I said it earlier, but every time I pick Hades and every time I pick Aladdin, shit happens. There's a reason why I don't feel like playing these gods anymore, because it's always games like this, and I don't know why. Like, can we just fucking surrender then?
Yes. Come here, Phoenix.
I don't want to start actually. Dead players, dead game. Coming from someone who plays the game every day. You're the one of the few people no one wants to hear that from, though. You know? True or not?
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Recall. Cover them, Phoenix.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's get this fucking board. What do you build,
The enemy
though?
team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What do I build, though? At this point, I don't really care. But we'll see if we may surrender. We did. Okay. Just to report Monkey and move on. Situation.
Defeat.
What the fuck is the report button again? Alright, it's over there. Go away. Didn't play role after he got mad. There we go. Always does this? Yeah, I mean, then he should just be banned, you know? There's not really much else to it. There are rules for a reason. If you don't follow them, then you should be punished. Number one dad. Ain't me. Dude, these games are just not getting better. It doesn't matter what day I'm playing. I really want to enjoy Smite. I do. Because I like the game a lot. But these games are just making it so difficult. It's a community problem and a player-based problem more than it's anything else. Because the game itself is fun to me. But in these games where people just start trolling and like the matchmaking is super unbalanced, like what was this? Like, you know, it's super unfun. This one was kind of fun though. This one was even for the most part until it wasn't. But oh, the areas is exploded? Okay. Hidden name. It is funny though. I do feel like people are a lot more talkative when they're suddenly on a different name. It's strange. Yeah, dead game, dead player. Yeah, I don't really think it's worth listening to what he said that game. Don't worry about it. It doesn't feel like I've played for 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'll tell you that. At least that's a good thing. Time has gone quite fast today. I have enjoyed my time with the game, but maybe it's because I haven't played in 2 days. Reality is the game doesn't have the player base to enforce strictly to improve the community, like League or Valorant. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that, but it's a weird dilemma because, right, they don't want to ban people too much because then they just lose a big amount of the player base, but the problem is also you're just risking losing even more if you're not banning the people that are annoying everyone else. So, it is definitely a weird situation. Because I don't want to play the game because of those people, you know? So I get that it's a weird spot for them. But ultimately, I do think it's better to get those people away. Especially if it's every game. If they're tilted in 1 out of 10 games, I think there's some way that sure, maybe they'll make an exception. But if you're tilting every game, like every game you're losing, I should say, maybe. I doubt they're doing it if they're winning, but... I'll just never really understand the mindset. Because, like, I don't play games to annoy other people. I mean, I'm sure some people find enjoyment in just being annoying and trolling. But I would rather do something else with my time. Just go have fun with something. Like, why am I here being annoying to everyone else when I could just go have fun with myself, you know? Oh, of course we dodge. Of course we dodge.
Select your god.
Let's dodge when we have a fun team. That's great. Thanks, random dodger. That is terrible spawn for that bomb, man. I need those speed circles. Yeah, I definitely don't think it's at fault of the game right now. Like, there are some criticism I obviously have with the current meta. Like, I think Lurnibow is absolutely stupid, and I cannot believe they haven't nerfed it yet. Shields are obviously also something that's a gigantic problem. If competitive was a thing, you would see literally 5 shells. I don't see a meta where you don't. Just do that. Erosion isn't good enough to really stop it. So, I still think people would do it despite erosion being in the game. I think the boar is also stupid. Like, both the boar and Lurnibow they just make the game less fun. I think they really do, because if you can just build these on any god, guarantee you never really buy both of them at the same time. But like, I don't want to see a Zeus with boar, you know. I do it myself because it is fun, but it's not balanced at all. We're just giving gods that should not have escape abilities a gigantic escape ability that is also CC immune. It's insane. And Lönebo, I mean, everyone knows this shit's fucking stupid. You get CC'd once and you just get crit to death. There's just not a lot of counterplay if it's used in the correct way. The Storm is also kind of stupid and it's rising more. I probably should play around with it more just because it is broken, yeah. I don't know who I would buy it on though. Of the gods that I actually play right now. Because I don't really want to play tanks. And I feel like if you're not built playing a tank, it's not really worth to go for it. You kind of need that extra HP and the protection to stay alive with that item. Can't really go for it on a damage dealer. And it's also not an item I think is very good if you're just alone. You kind of need some support to help kill stuff once they're stuck in there. That was a fucking pit. It is funny to hear people that are like new to Smite overall and only played Smite 2 really. I will say this though, and this is no disrespect towards you specifically, but it has been a kind of like an ongoing problem that, you know, completely new players basically are already in the same games as someone who's been playing for like 10 years. And sure, this may be a new game, but you can clearly feel the difference in experience, and it definitely makes the ranked games a lot less fun to play. Just because you can feel the difference being so like in a lot of the high level rank games, pretty much throughout the history of Smite 2, there's been like 1 or 2 people in the same lobby with everyone who's been playing for years and years. And you can clearly tell, you know, it's very easy to tell who it is. And they're just heavily underperforming as a result. And it's not even their fault. Like, I can't even get mad at them because they just shouldn't be in those lobbies. But you can rise so fast in Smite 2 because of the SR system. Like early on, you get what, like 400 for winning in the early stages, like down in Amber. That's a lot, man. If you get a lucky win streak, like it won't take you that long to get to the top, you know. You very, very fast get to like 2 and 3k, and once you're in 2 and 3k, all you just need is maybe like just a few more wins. You can still get lucky enough for that. And someone who's almost completely new to the game can end up in the same game as someone who's been playing the game for half their life. Like it's kind of stupid to think about. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you start in Smite 2 and you're now at like almost 2k hours, then yeah, okay. I mean, you probably not you're not exactly a new player anymore. I think that's fair. You played more Smite 2 than me then. Combined with Smite 1, then yeah, no, but Smite 2 I have. I mean, let's see. Currently on Smite 2 on Steam, I have 1.2, so I don't have that much. I've been holding back. I played it a lot at the beginning, and then I kind of stopped. Once we got to like 1k, I think, I've been heavily slacking. It's been like... I only play when I stream now, pretty much. I'm solo. What the fuck am I picking? Just do the Aladdin again. I want to try that build I was thinking of. Steam Mars are cosmetic. They are, but still. It's kind of like just like a quick little measure to see where you're at. But like in the very, very early stage of Smite 1, I was the most played... I had the most player hours in Smite. Like pre... Obviously, this is like pre-season stuff, but... I was at 5k hours in Smite 1 before that like a tracker really existed. That was like in game specifically. Like there was a tracker on the website that kept track of all that stuff, and I was at the top. But once we started hiding our profiles, it couldn't track it anymore. For competitive reasons, I ended up having obviously to hide my profile. And since then, I have no idea. But I played a lot in the beginning. It was all I did. I mean, there's a reason why I, became who I became, because I didn't do anything else. If you spend as much time as I did on Smite, anyone would have become number 1. Like, that's just how it is. I lived it. Passion was an all-time high. But yeah, as I was saying, I mean, I play like 3 hours a day at max, basically. Like, you're seeing how much I'm playing, and that's just through streaming. I rarely play without streaming at the moment. Like, sometimes I would do like a session instead of streaming, maybe. I think I actually did that last week, but I hadn't done that in a while. I did like a session, I wasn't in the mood to stream, so I just played and Q-sniped, like going for the Nika Q, just to get some fun games. But besides from that, that's not really anything that that I do outside of it. I just want to play something else. I think streaming makes Smite more fun for me too. That's another reason. Let's try this again. This time I'm probably in a harder matchup though. At least against the Wheelix I can have lane pressure and just the clear. But I don't think I'm winning into a Thor. I gotta sit the fuck back. They do have Monkey though. We just gotta tilt him. He's not gonna tilt this time though. I doubt it. Now he's gonna try hard.
Okay. Starlight greets you.
Doxy, what is your name in Smite? Is it also just Doxy? At least I don't recognize your Twitch name, but I don't doubt that there's a lot of people who are somewhat new to the game, or at least started in Smite 2, that are in all of these games, that also know who we are, I guess. We got a Ram as well in this game. Interesting. Never level 2.
To me. Record.
Don't even know what changed from Smite 1 to Smite 2. Yeah, it's a lot of like minor things. Like if you don't play, I guess, every week, it can definitely be hard to keep track of what's changing and like what's even new if you didn't play it all that much. So I get it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Record. Cover them.
Thor is another god actually that could be quite fun with a serrated build. I feel like I would go non-aspect though if I did.
To me, Genie. To me.
Be careful.
Let's try and level the 1 this time. I don't think it matters a whole lot, but I guess if I'm just focusing on wave clear anyway, leveling the 2 probably isn't worth it. But for fighting purposes, I think the 2 is better. He caught my dash, man. Of course he did. Fuck, man, that sucks. Both dashes caught by 2 different things. It's absolutely fucking tragic.
Your right tower is under attack.
Huge.
Be right back.
Don't know if I actually invade blue here. Case of TPs.
To me.
Be right back.
No problem at all. Back.
To me, Genie.
Should have used the wish. I would have been rich.
On my way. Your right tower is under attack. Yes. Defend the Gold Fury. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Ultimate is ready.
Me and Gunter are also finally on the same team. Maybe we're beating some of the allegations. Finally.
Enemy missing right.
Only some of them though. I'm gonna wait, because I don't know what I want to build here. What did I build last time? I just went boar, yeah, but that was more out of just desperation. Yeah, because he has Eye of the Storm.
Gank left lane. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't think I want to do Void Shield, because I think it's weird. Like, I do magic damage. So, the passive is kind of useless for me.
Ultimate down.
To me.
Enemy missing middle.
Record.
Okay.
Yes, be careful in the jungle.
Hello, Jenna. Allegations? Well, people are just joking mostly, but people are saying me and Gunter are the same person. I fault the people for starting to call me Gunter. As a short thing for Gamehunter. They're doing the Hodor thing, you know? Like, removing it step by step, so it goes down to Gunter. sure why he did that.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. I'll attack left.
Don't know if Willie is still sticking around for some reason, so I'm chilling a bit. I'm healing a lot though with Serrated, goddamn.
That is
Your left
unfortunate.
tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Let's do Helm of Radiance instead. It won't be full strength, but I think this is the best item I can get by getting also protection as well as damage. There isn't really a good like strength item that also gives physical protection, and it's really weird. There's no good item for that. I think the most fun one, at least, that usually has been, is Glad Shield, but Glad Shield is so dog shit.
Okay. Be careful.
And that's mostly if you're gonna build tank. But I would be so much more happy, I think, playing tank if I could use Glad Shield. I miss Glad Shield. I love that item.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Retreat left lane. Yes. Left lane.
Double kill.
Thanks.
Huge pickup. Huge. The build works, boys. Didn't actually expect it to work this good as it did, but it's the perfect time for them to do something like that.
We need war.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
Serrated plus Typhons probably could work. I could see it. Not something I'm gonna do this game though. I'll focus on strength.
On my way.
Enemies incoming.
On my way.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy ultimate down.
Has arrived.
To me.
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the Gold Fury. To me, Genie.
He's doing my backs. See if I can fight.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back. As insignificant as a single star in a galaxy.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Falling back. Enemy missing left.
Careful. Let's go.
Unfortunate.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower
Yes.
is under
Be
attack.
careful.
Come here, Kitty.
Attack right lane.
Retreat.
Frozen
Please. Attack right lane. As insignificant as a single star in a galaxy.
My dude, we can't dive him when a Wheelix is on me.
Enemy missing right.
Shut down, Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Record.
If we just turned on a Wheelix or something like that, maybe we could fight, because Thor was low.
To me.
Cooldown's a bit long at the moment. I have 40 gold, he's back.
Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. On my way. Ultimate is ready.
They're all pretty low.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, that sucks, man. I'm pretty sure they're all getting out. Oh, nope. They didn't TP. Huge. At least one dies then. Oh. We really just went for all the wrong targets here, didn't we? Well played. I'm just glad we at least got one here. Why am I not buying anything?
The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
You have that spark of magic.
I just kind of bought shit now, but here we are.
Enemy missing. And
Well
don't give up.
executed.
Not really sure this is what I really wanted, but here we are.
On my way.
Guess I'm going Brawlers. Is Brawlers good? No, it's kind of ass here. Maybe I can build this into something different? We'll see.
Defend.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Very strong.
Please, attack the Gold Fury, ignoring Medusa, please.
Record. Your middle tower is under attack.
That wasn't my intention.
On my way. Please.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Attack
Your team
middle
has
lane.
destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Somehow we got that with like an auto or something.
On my
Because
way.
I missed there. Like my abilities don't do enough damage. I used them so early. Yeah, all my damage fucking comes from abilities right now.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yes.
To me, TV.
Attack. Scorch these foes.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Recall.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill.
Okay. That's kind of on me. I should have just ulted someone. Huge. I wanted to use my ult for CC immune, but then I realized I'm probably gonna die to the Phoenix, and I was just too much shit going through my head to really react to it. So. And then death. No, they surrendered.
Execute.
I really wanted to try and be a bit more tanky in this one. Yeah, Crusher, Oathsworn. The thing is, this was just like a make-up build. The only two items that I kind of thought about would be cool was the first two. I never got further than that. Then I just bought a random shit. So I guess on characters where you have some split, like split scaling, going for Serrated into Helm of Radiance could be kind of nice if you want that extra defense. Otherwise, other things are obviously fine too. Yeah, I tried. I just didn't have anything left. Let's see if I can get solo. Thank you. I like Sphere of Negation. Is it good? It's alright. Generally, people don't really buy it, but it's not because it's bad, it's because there's something better. It's very expensive. That's the main reason why we really don't buy it that much. And gold isn't as easy to come by as it used to be.
Select your god.
Which other gods could do the same type of build? Like Chuck could, but I don't know if I want to do Chuck. Maybe Kernos. I will do a Kernos build. It's not gonna be Aspect though. Modred doesn't. Well, he has split scaling, but it's only on the the scaling is only on the 3, which is the weird part. Like it scaled heavily off int the 3, and that's another weird thing that people may not know about Modred. Excuse me. Mordred's attack chain scales from both int and strength, but it's only strength for the first. What is it? Is that the right hand? Let me think. I forgot which hand it is, but they both swords scale from strength and int, or like each sword has one scaling thing. So it's super weird when it comes to attacking. I've noticed when I run a full int build in a casual game just for fun, my middle attack chain would do so much damage, but the first two and the last one, or the first one I should say, and the last hit would just do no damage. So it's really weird. His attacks just scale with different things. But yeah, as I was saying, while Mordred does have scaling on the inside of things, it's just the 3, making it very, very awkward. And the ultimate, actually. The ultimate does too. Thor doesn't have any int scaling, and neither does Thana. I wanted to try something that could run both int and strength, and try to mix and match a bit of hybrid into it. Because the build that I just tried felt pretty fun, but there's not many gods that I feel you can put in solo where you can actually do that build. I'm gonna try with Kurnos now. Do I actually do aspect or not? Yeah, let's do aspect. Fuck it. Let's try. Do a little aspect. I will definitely... It's Acne, actually, assuming that Nika is still gonna play solo. Do I win early game? I don't even know. I guess it's probably pretty even. I probably do, actually, when I think about it. Because I'm melee. I'm the melee Kurnos. That's great. I really didn't think this through. But I'm sure it will be just fine. I believe in myself. At least until I don't. And I have to go beats because of Fenrir being in the game. Let's do this. Early game will be tough. I think I'll be online once I have 2 items. Then I'll be fine. Probably. Probably, maybe.
Turn around.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Dude, that skin has such an ASMR voice.
Pleased to meet you. Curses. Minions have spawned.
Do you like it when he whispers in your ear?
It's a little much sometimes. There's one of the white voice lines, I'm not sure which one it is, but it's so loud and it's just in my ear.
Fiendish.
I'll have a little brow, see which one it is.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I hear it. Damn, didn't realize I hit level 2. I'm so not used to it that I actually might have been able to get a kill there. If I realized. We're both taking so much damage from this.
Be careful!
Completed. Are you having fun?
Be careful left!
Duo is done.
Please help!
Be careful left! That was wild!
No problem. I'm
Enemy missing middle!
Your left tower is under attack. I'm sure I'll see you later. On my way. Be careful. Oh, easy wrong team, I'm sorry.
Fuck you, creeps, man.
Cancel that list!
Screw you, creeps.
Cure it! Cancel that list!
No problem.
Actually, just creeps doing almost more damage to me here. Dude, I can't believe it showed me and then it went away. The fuck?
Okay, okay, okay!
Power.
Thanks. No problem. Retreat left lane. Enemy missing middle.
Actually made it as if I was ranged. That's crazy.
An enemy has been slain.
Defend!
On my way.
I'm gonna have some crazy lifesteal though.
Amigo.
Let's just go back and get us now. It's gonna be serrated as well. We're just building serrated and shit and different stuff now. How much is my in scaling? There's a slow scaling on this one, as well as the healing. Wait, the healing has a scale? The fuck? I didn't know that. The fuck? You can just heal so much with it then? Maybe. 15 isn't all that much, but
Your right tower
it
is
could be.
under attack. Hi. Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Enemy missing middle. The rain shall wash them away.
I healed.
Like it. Not too bad.
Dude, it's so weird for me still being melee as Kernels. I can't get used to it. I'm still, like, my brain says, just auto-attack at range. Do it.
Fabuloso! Ally has been slain. No problem.
I don't know why Ares is trolling Gunter, though.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Good luck. No problem. Retreat. Ally has been slain. Sorry.
Gang, I can't lie, how are we level 4?
That auto did more damage than I thought.
Please. Health farm level, please.
What is he been saying?
Your right tower is under attack.
I went for Bluestone just mainly because of clear. Mainly for the clear early on. And it's still fine. I'll be spamming my 3 for the most part. But yeah, I do agree. Like, in terms of the aspect, it is not the best option. But I wanted to try it. I have no idea what he even says.
Retreat left lane.
And that still kills. Why are we not pausing, though? If someone wants to pause. I don't know why I went Kernel's aspect anyway. I think it's cooked. I don't know why Ares is just trolling in mid.
Your right tower is under attack.
Like, he's been playing fine the last 2 games. This Ares. I don't know why he decided to do something weird now.
Your right tower is under attack. Yes. No, please. Are you having fun? Your middle tower is under attack.
I have no choice but to just try and out-lifesteal a lot of the damage coming in. That's all I can try to do. Question is, do I have enough scaling to make... No, I mean, I don't want to go Helm of Radiance again. Not into an Agni.
Good luck. Enemies incoming. Ally has been slain.
Lenient bow? Learning bow? I don't want to do fucking learning bow.
The pyromancer has arrived.
He does play more like an assassin. I guess I go Jotun's. The cooldown would be nice for my 3.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Oh, easy roll. I am sorry.
Bro, cooldown. Stop toxic, please. Fucking rage. Please, stop fight.
Gang, I cannot lie, it takes me
Bro,
aggressive
bro,
amounts of-
retreat lane, retreat lane, retreat lane. No farm, bro. Under level, no farm.
I don't think it's to do with farm, my guy.
Bro, retreat mid lane, retreat duo lane, retreat solo lane. Please, no farm, no level, no tank, please.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Please, bro, stop teamfight. Please.
I don't...
Tower is under attack.
Farm and convalidate, no problem.
He has a funny accent. I don't want to laugh at him because of it. Because I don't like doing that. But he has a bit of a funny accent. It's very heavy. I'm not gonna blame him. Like, he played fine in my other games. But I do not know why
No,
he
bro,
is...
no, bro, no. Bro, please, convalidate is win. Okay, report team. Fucking trolls.
Oh, mate, you've made my day. Thank you
Bro,
for my game.
combat,
You've made
I'm
my
no,
day.
no stupid players, too.
He's passionate. I will say, I don't know why the fuck I went Kurnos. And then I went Aspect of all things, too. Another part is, it's unfortunate I made Acne of all things. Because I actually think it would have been... It's fine into melee characters, but the second you're dealing with a non-melee character, Kurnos Aspect feels like ass. Because he doesn't have any good way of closing the distance. Out of sight of he's pretty easy to, you know, dodge dash. And that's also at the same time something they want him to use as, like, on top of gods, so that you can lower the cooldown of it. It's just really weird. The aspect doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You can make it work as an assassin in some cases, but you just feel like a worse version of any other assassin in the game. The only one I've ever really seen make it work is April, but April can make most things work. And why would you go for something like Kurnos if you can just play Thor or I don't fucking know, like Aladdin or whatever, you know? He's just really awkward to use. And he does have a semi-bad ultimate. It can force beats, but it's not very reliable because people can jump and dash out of it. Alright. I do get his point though, if everyone's saying to retreat and fuck off, you know, it's annoying. Like, how are you supposed to get farm? But at some point you gotta take a stand as support. And just get farm somewhere. Like, usually I recommend staying in duo until you're level 5 or 6. Like, I don't know why he was in mid at level 3. Because I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I do not know why he's in mid at level 3. Because as a result of doing that, you also lose farm in duo by giving up, like, neutral camps and stuff. So, I don't know. But he might be somewhat new. I have had absolutely zero idea. But he played fine in my other games, so... Who knows? That's the yearly Kurnos aspect try. Now I'm done. I'm free for another year. Though once again, I should have just not gone aspect. For solo, I actually think Colonel's is fine. Because he's got decent save peel because of the ultimate. And as well as the 2 on the cripple. But, yeah. It don't matter. Yeah, Apollo is just banned all the time now. I'm never getting Radiant Apollo. Makes sense though. I do think it is very broken. Fucking tapped out. It's probably going to be my last game as well, I think, guys. It's nearing my usual stopping time. So I can make food in a good time and take care of the doggo. Alright, what ADC am I gonna suffer with this time? Cabrakan? We'll just do on her. Who the fuck plays Cabrakan these days? It is funny when I still consider tanks to be bad, but I still hate dealing with some of them. Like, Cabrakan still feels OP to me. He's just so good at what he does. He's so annoying to deal with. But he's so bad if you fall behind. Because Ymir Cabrakan is definitely a frontline. It's like the best frontline in the game. 10 million stuns and 2 walls. A tremble, a cripple. And a slow. They have everything. Let's give it our all. Wait, do people do cowl or gilded these days? I guess I'll do cowl. What's the upgrade again? I mean, the lifesteal just doesn't feel like it's worth it. Isn't this just better? Because it gives crit as well. I'll do gilded. It just feels better. I might try Serrated in ADC here. Serrated into Rage. But at the same time, I'm on her. I really need that attack speed.
Come, let me have a look at you. Hi.
Have not gotten ADC much lately. It's mostly solo and mid.
Minions have spawned.
Like, this is nice for on her, because you want to fight, you tend to always like either jump in or use your sands, so you tend to have the passive available a lot. And it's good setup for Impale. But like, what would I get third? Because if I went for Serrated into Rage, I would need some immediate attack speed. I guess Demon Blade might be enough.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Did they call that? That sucks, man. I have no idea if they did. Fucked up. Early beats. And I didn't get the assist for that? I'm actually sad. It's good that he died. But not getting the assist is criminal there.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. Rain, wash them away. Oops.
It would be nice if Cerberus bought some pots for something, because he's always just poked. It's hard for us to fight if he's always half HP.
Stepping away for a moment. A monument to my opulence. Enemy missing middle.
Don't want to full commit either, but we don't know where the jungler is. There fucking is.
On my way.
Would be nice if our jungler showed up, though.
Ultimate is ready.
It's getting a bit boring with Susano here all the time.
No problem. A monument to my opulence. Be right there, Mark.
Hopefully he buys Chalice. That would be nice. Let's get the wave fast while they backed.
Ally has been slain. A monument to my opulence. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that trade. I'm okay with that.
I'll attack left lane.
Now he is very killable for me. Assuming I can hit my shit.
Help! On my way. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. An enemy has been slain. Thanks.
Did he back? The fuck? I wanted to catch him on the way to his purple, but I guess he either went behind tower or he just backed. Or he's wall hacking.
Bye.
It's doubtful though.
Enemy spotted.
He did the same start though, so it's not really like I can actually fight him more than I could before. Just back to being even.
A monument to my opulence. On my way. A monument to my opulence. Look out. The rain shall wash them away.
The boar. That's so funny. He tried to boar. And the wall just lasts forever, so that didn't happen.
A monument to my opulence.
Damn. Absolutely cooked.
Think nothing of it.
Bees as well.
A monument to my opulence.
Ally has been slain.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Let's back off. Don't want it to lose the XP for that though.
Your right tower is under attack.
This game is special. Let's get that Demon Blade. I'm definitely pushing my luck, but it's fun. Jingwei is very greedy. She really wants to fight.
Follow me.
On my way.
Fabuloso. Where it rains, it pours.
No. I thought he saw me, so I expected the juke. That's so funny. I overthunk that so badly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Do I greed and stick around for just one more wave? Because I don't want to have the tower pushed too much.
Your right tower is under attack.
But I do have lifesteal this time actually, so there is something there.
The rain shall wash them away.
My back. I've been sitting like ass this stream, and I can feel it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Someone placing a ward. I heard that. If I just tap my Imperial, fuck. God damn it. Jingwei got cooked though. At least I got something. Oh, it's Gab on that Cabrakan. This looks like a fun lane. Oh, how Cabrakan is fun to deal with. We love it. Don't you just love getting stunned, and then stunned again, and then crippled? That's fantastic.
Enemy has been slain.
We all do, don't worry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the gold gate.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold viewer. Flush them away.
It's a little unfortunate we didn't get that. But whatever. We're getting the kills.
Triple kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Attack fire giant.
You want to do the big one? I can come over. And my voice just went into the void.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
No one hurt me.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Red should still be up if Jingwei didn't go for it before.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Oops. I'm not using my opulence.
You got it. That sucks.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Jingwei's very trigger happy with his ult. I think that's probably the main reason why he was able to kill him as much.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, right? Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll just keep farming actually. Get Deathbringer online faster. He went turfing as well? That's really weird. Don't like that. Get that crit, Jingwei. Otherwise, why pick Jingwei at all? If you want to fight, you should have picked on her.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Close. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe just crits anyway because he's Jingwei. That's the plan.
I'll attack. A monument to my opulence.
Good luck. Your right tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence.
People might be coming to me. Why are we chasing a Ymir so far? What has he done to deserve this?
Has been slain. Attack fire giant.
On my way.
I don't even know what to build now. I'll wait. Titan's Bane, I guess?
Push them away.
Attack the fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack.
Sorry. A monument to my opulence.
Good luck.
A monument to my opulence.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
My bad, I guess. Shouldn't have jumped the Ymir. Oh well. Where's everyone else, though? I guess Thor might have been dead. Just wondering where everyone else went. Oh yeah, this shit. Dude, I actually forgot Learny Bow. Yeah, you're right. You wrote it in chat as well. I forgot about that item already. Which is weird, considering how much I bitch about it.
Enemies at the Gold Fury on my way. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemies incoming.
I'm just gonna push. Fuck it. We're really just going in one by one here. I think we lost fire on everyone, but yeah, I guess on everyone now.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence. Look out.
Close. Almost missing a little too many autos there.
Your left tower is under attack.
Where's Jing Wei even? Haven't seen her in a while.
Attack left lane. On my way.
Save up for starter now. And I guess last I should go for Titan Spain, because they do have those two tanks. And it wasn't because I was kind of fed, decently fed. Probably wouldn't be dealing any damage then.
On my way.
Enemy missing middle.
Your team.
Damn, they just all sat in the bush, but they're low, some of them.
An enemy has been slain. Watch closely. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed the left enemy fleet.
The Himir has dagger too. There's not really any chance that he's done.
Been slain. Oh, they hit like a babe.
Dude, I can't believe they all sat in the bush when we're just pushing. What the fuck?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Once again though, where the fuck is Jing Wei? I guess she was right or left? Yeah, she must have been left then.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Attack the Gold Fury. Awesome! How awesome! My opulence. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Tank middle lane.
The rain shall wash them away. You rock. Fabuloso!
How fabulous. My opulence.
Your team destroyed the fire truck.
My opulence.
Where, once again, where's Jing Wei? Where is she? Fuck.
The middle enemy tower.
My opulence.
Ultimate is down.
Ow! Merlin damage.
My opulence.
enemy tower.
Let's bag and buy some stuff. What did I say again? What was I gonna buy? Right, Titans. Where is it? It's so expensive. At least I had so much gold that it does matter.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Enemies in middle lane.
A monument to my opulence! Think nothing of it!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way.
That's too bad. Ward here!
Pyro would be the best choice to go with here, because we can just almost one-shot that left Phoenix.
The heat bears down upon a monument to my opulence!
Holy moly, that shit hurts. Like, Merlin's just solo defending at this point. Also some weird stuttering happening at the moment that I'm not a fan of.
Down upon you! A monument to my opulence! Bathe the glow. Attack the fire giant!
Okay. Have fun.
A monument to my opulence!
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Attack!
A monument to my opulence!
Enemy has been slain. Very good. The glow.
A monument to my opulence!
Enemy ultimate down.
Fucking hell.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
A monument to my opulence!
Server's dying.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Let's get a 3k pot. Hell yes. Now, I'm ready. With dagger in hand.
Attack the gold fury! A monument to my opulence!
Down upon you. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way, the pyromancer has arrived.
A monument to my opulence!
Don't want to stack up with the raw. We'll keep kind of doing that.
Wash them away. The right enemy Phoenix. Like a jaguar.
Yeah, face cam. Woohoo! Finally! It's been so long. Now it's ending. Because I'm leaving. I used to always just stream with cam on, but recently I just found it more relaxing to not do that. Dude, there was like one person dealing damage in their team. Yeah, Benny is queuing with Nika at the moment. Alright. Thank you guys for watching as always, I really appreciate it. I've had enough of today. It's too many bad games.